I just can't see the chat. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're just making it behave better with different alts for different key presses. Two, three, four, five, five, four, three, two. What? Okay, so now I should be able to intermix various character select things. See, I'm using shoulder here, shift here, shift and shoulder, it stays up, but I let go of shift, it's still up until I let go of, well, trigger, sorry. Shift, spacebar, trigger, spacebar, trigger, shift. Worked the first time. I don't like this Elite controller because this shit on the bottom is too easy to hit. I don't... Maybe you get used to it eventually, but you can't like grip it because you grab the things. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So next is the question. When this thing is popped up, I want to be able to control that with the gamepad. I want to be able to control it with the mouse, etc. We can already control it with the mouse. We know that. So the question is, do I just institute separate like gamepad checking for it? This is so weird. We're like handling diagonals on the stick, and I don't think we should. It's awkward. Like, Steam control, no, Steam controller is not superior to anything. Sorry, bro. Maybe I should put it on left thumbstick because like right is sort of wants to be run, huh? But it could be run on trigger and then put this on shoulder. That seems kind of okay. So run is going to be on trigger. Certainly superior to controllers. You need dongles to work. It's just plugged in with a USB cable right now, bro. This is way better than a Steam controller. As a controller. I mean, of course, it doesn't have like a mouse pad. Okay, so so I think when this is open, we don't queue character inputs. And we can instead direct those to all right. Let's get some warm water going while I think about this for a last second. I mean, I could just make it work one at a time in order to reduce the amount of things my brain has to think about. Like, because we want to be able to play just from the keyboard, all right? So when I've got this open, I shouldn't be moving like this. Like if I hit the arrow keys, that should go to this input, right? And then from there, once that works, we can like turn off the mouse dot when that happens, right? Unless you move the mouse. You know, we'll sort of do like, is the mouse the most recent thing? So if you move it and then let go and then do this, it'll do that. So, we'll just start with that. And then that could tell me how I would want to treat the gamepad. Because it'll be like an extension of that. And the gamepad is sort of two different things, right? Like a D-pad input for 8 directions is unambiguous. I assume. Whereas analog stick input is like, well, you have to map it, right? But again, it's straightforward mapping, so. Yes. Okay. Any technical questions about what we were doing earlier today for those who were here that I could answer at the start of this about how this character select was implemented and so forth? I was going to do a no caf, but I'm actually going to do some caffeine because I could use a little boost. No questions? Nobody? Nobody? Okay, I'm going to make, so before I had a little thing where we were all checking this variable, or not we all, but one. And we're going to make an accessor for that. I don't usually do getters, setters, but this is a kind of condition that's a little bit cryptic, and it's sort of self-documenting. If you do this. So is character select taking input, right? Very clear why we want to call this function. Okay. So Q game control. Okay. So here, okay. So character select is taking the input. Then, by now we have this delta. If it's a delta, then character select take directional input delta dot xy. Okay. So now in the update mouse, oh, also, there's another one we want to do. We want to do character select reset for new level. Right, and here, I just want to make sure in case you leave something held down and these flags get gimpy that it doesn't stay up the whole time. So this will just get reset to 0. And level start advanced level. Okay, so we do this. Character select reset for new level. That's in file scope. Okay. So both of these need to move. Oh yeah, oh, we're super in file scope. Okay, there. Character select key target, because I didn't change that calling site to use the new thing. How fun was approximating the avatars? It was not fun. It was not fun. Okay, there we go. Well, that didn't work. Oh. Because generate buffered moves from held keys is a thing too. That might be where this is coming from. It's not a surprise. No, because this isn't working at all. So there's another thing that says generate buffered moves from held keys. Is that in this file? Is that in player control? From held keys. Okay, disable held keys. Or if character select is taking input, we bail out. But that's not the problem. The problem the problem is we're not returning. Bro. So we're still not doing anything with the input, so we didn't see the character select change. But then we just continued on to do the normal handling. Okay, so now if I pop this open and I'm hitting the arrow keys, nothing happens. And then as soon as it starts fading, it's important that like you start taking input as soon as it starts fading. All right. Do I have a set schedule? No. I do what I feel like. We don't have really any mechanism for private. It doesn't seem that relevant to me at this time. Like, there are ways to make things approximately private already, and so just do that if you want private. Using modules? No, you just make like a substruct that's got a name that says don't use this. And then you can use that from wherever you want. You can using it to have the names, whatever. Whatever, man. Okay. Okay, this is positive. Now let's respond to that input. See, I called the file character switch, but then these functions are character select. It's just something that happens all the time in software that you gotta deal with however you can. Okay, character switch, take directional input, or character select. You know what? I want some calories in addition to some tea. So I have some fruit in the fridge right here, so I'm gonna get a little fruit bowl. Back in a second. My brain wants to brain right now. Seriously though, I mean, just make a member of your struct called private. And then people won't mess with it unless they really have to, which you do want to allow them to, right? Like sometimes people need to get something done and it's not a clean part of the clean, ideal, perfect API, but they need to get it done, and don't prevent them from getting work done, right? Don't think that you know better than somebody 15 years from now who has a serious problem that they need to solve right now and is already overworked, right? Don't think you know better than that person. That's what you have friends for. I mean, you can't always say friend though, right? It depends on what programming language you're talking about, I guess. I guess in C++, can you just put friend in front of a block or in front of the declaration or something now? You didn't used to. It used to be pretty restrictive. You can always pull the define private public. I mean, maybe you can put that before you include the file and it won't break things. Are your entity structs pretty big, like maybe 20 to 30 variables? It depends on the entity. Some entities are very simple. Some have more than 30 variables for sure. What format are we using? We use our own format right now. We might start loading FBX files, but those still won't be what we ship with the game. They would just be what the artists use while making things. If your defense of a programming language feature is you can always just go say define private public before including all files, you maybe want to think about that. Like that's just a consider. Yeah. Well, I know somebody's probably defending it though. A number of people said this. Oh boy, I have good fruit and good tea. My brain is going to brain again. It's going to be great. Can't wait till my brain brains again. Okay. Here's the thing. We just want to do this with that offset stuff, like we did for the mouse. So we're going to do this. Factoring that out, we're going to do this. This routine. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Set selector index for delta, which just means, oh, we can do that here without even the theta. All right, great, wonderful. It's not doing it though. What did I mess up? Let's just try breaking in take input, take directional input. Okay, what is delta? Oh, come on. Motherfucker. We just keep having debug info problems, man. But the good thing is we're clearing them out. Okay, I can see it here. It is -1, which is correct because I pushed left, right? So theta is about, 3 point something. Yeah, 3.5. Great. So that worked. Oh, I think the mouse is overriding it because the mouse is in the dead zone. Let's turn off the mouse for a second. Someone else is probably resetting it that I forgot. So the data breakpoint is working, but I don't know what the deal is. We just got to figure out what Chunky's deal is. Yeah, I would stay away from scripting. Do we have any read-only, read-write? I have thought about doing read-only, but I want to figure out a way to make it actually good. Constant C++ is just not good, right? Like read-only is a valuable thing to have, like especially if you're doing multi-threaded code. Like, one of the reasons Go is so slow at multi-threading is because they do this thing where you like copy all the data, right? That's untenable actually. So you don't need to copy all the data if you know it's read-only, right? So that's a very valuable use of a read-only designator. The problem is It has to be meaningful designator, right? When I say avoid scripting, do I mean just rely on a faster compile time language? I mean rely on a language where you can make programs that are not buggy. How would read only be different from colon colon? When you do colon colon, that's a compile time constant, and there are some compile time read only structs that we know are in, for example, a read only data segment, but that's different from what I'm talking about. In fact, there's no actual necessary reason to mark those read only because you can't write to them. You'll fault if you write to them. But the kind of cases we're talking about is just like, look, this memory is technically writable, but you can't write to it. You could only read from it, right? Like, we generated this data at runtime, so it's not constant. What about a statically typed scripting language? What makes it a scripting language then at that point? The fact that it's interpreted? Why? Why do you want to run an interpreted language? Maybe he wants hot loading. Yeah, like there's no reason for compiled languages to build as slowly as they do. Like, dude, Java used to do JIT compiling in the 90s way faster than like JavaScript even interprets today. Like, it's nutballs. Yeah, optional typing is not really a good solution. Like, type checking has to be built into the fundamentals of the language or it's not good. So one part of your struct could see codes could see a struct as writable, but you'd pass it to a thread through a pointer that's marked as read only, like something like that. Yeah, but it has to be a good something like that. And I haven't thought enough about it to know what I think is good. Maybe you want scripting for client plugins. I don't want scripting for client plugins. Okay. This is weird. I think maybe what's happening is the thing that looks at selector index maybe doesn't. Oh, there's some other variable. I remember this. Remember the thing about selector index being -1? Although no, here it's like, it's just checking -1. This is confusing me. Visual Studio is throwing up tons of IntelliSense errors purely because you're not capitalized. Yeah, welcome to Visual Studio. I didn't know it did that. I think because I do capitalize my type names, but that's just my personal style. I don't think that's like makes your program more correct. Like Casey, for example, is full lowercase type name. And I understand why. It's because the other types in C are lowercase. So why are you making a difference with the user types? You know, makes sense. I don't know if he would explain it that way, but that's what it looks like to me. You could implement hot loadable stuff in all kinds of ways, any of which would be better than a scripting language. You want to keep the matrix in RAM while you're trying various stuff at the console. Unaware of a way to do that with C++. I mean, people have been doing plugins since the 1980s. It's just not like, okay, what is true is that you don't encounter these things necessarily as often as you would otherwise, because it's not the way that people most commonly do this stuff anymore. They most commonly do it with scripting languages now. But like, if instead of a tradition of like everybody running things in Python or whatever, there was a different tradition, then you would do the different tradition and you would reap the benefits of that. What is the capitalization policy is do whatever you want. How would you add mod support to a game without scripting? I mean, are you calling scripting anything that can change behavior at runtime? Because if not, I can think of lots of ways to change behavior at runtime without a canonical scripting language. How do you change the tradition? Well, good question. Okay. I mean, I still have the mystery of WTF is happening. Okay, so we're going to break at the next draw. So selector index is 4 again because I pushed left. It's still 4. It's still 4. My mouse is pinned in the middle of the screen. Hope I don't need it for anything. All right. Dude, Windows is so shitty. Like, my program's not even running. My mouse is trapped in the middle of the screen. I can't do anything with it. Oh, I Alt-Tab. Now it works. All right. Alpha. Oh, we're checking mouse outside dead zone here. Okay, that's the problem. Because we don't always care about the mouse. Okay, this shouldn't even be in the loop. In fact, we should do it there because, all right. All right. Hey, look. Oh, I can't. We might have to have a separate keyboard hook for this because we don't get diagonals from that part of the code. So maybe we just ignore it and we update it from the keyboard later. Because I am unable to select all the people here. And we're also not actually doing the selection. So 2 problems. One at a time. Let's fix that problem. So well, let's debug that. Oh, no, we did it right there. The mouse outside dead zone. Okay, yeah, because this is what happens when you originally write something for one input device and then you generalize it and so forth. Have you ever considered open sourcing my games well after release? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, I appreciate that he did that and I understand why, but I also, I personally have a very negative relationship with open source. I don't feel good about it. That said, it doesn't mean I won't do something like that someday. But like, even now, we need to make money off Braid still. We're going to do the Braid re-release, but maybe sometime after that. Where does a bad relationship come from? It's that so much open source in the world is horrible, and so many of the open source programmers are snotty snobs who think they're better than you, even though they're bad. And that a great amount of the problems that I suffer through from day to day have to do with open source, just garbage code. And, you know, like times that I've released stuff, it gets very little, like not that many people really use it and benefit from it, right? In general user stuff. So like not even source code stuff, but like when we released a level editor for Braid, it's like a few people made levels. Was it worth all the work that I put in to do that? I don't know. Yeah, this game is going to be open sourced, but it's going to be within the tradition of this programming language. And part of that tradition is going to be not to be a Dunning-Kruger snob and not to release crappy code into the world. And so if we can help do that, then that's a good thing. Didn't know there was a Braid level editor. Yeah, I think I disabled it later. I don't remember. It might kind of still... I changed the file format a little bit after. I don't know. Plus, there's the fact that open source culture, broadly speaking, is kind of starting to be taken over by the same kind of like mob politics culture that I dislike everywhere else. Like, why would I contribute to that? Why would I feed people who are like destroying cohesive, I don't know, like destroying a lot of things? It's not good. Just this kind of dumb internet mob thing that has no, like, again, engineering. So software engineering is kind of barely engineering, right? But you can be better at software engineering and be less barely an engineer. Engineering really depends on skill. And part of the modern internet culture is that you ignore the fact that people have skill or experience or should be deferred to in any kind of matter. And just even though you just showed up 6 months ago, you're just as good as anyone else and have just as much a say as anyone else, and can kick out the dude who created an entire field and worked way more every month than you do in a year for 30 years. Like, that's just destructive. It's the way you destroy an entire society. And that's what people are doing. So I don't feel good about it. No. Like, I don't have a problem with people about the everyone can code thing. I have no problem with people programming recreationally or as a hobby. It's just understand that that's what it is, right? Again, you wouldn't go to work every day in a skyscraper built by a hobbyist who it was their first skyscraper. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, in other fields, we differentiate between these things. But for some reason in software, that is not done. And I'm a little bit actually also glad that it's not done, because any kind of accreditation we would do would be horrible and stupid, and it would make me depressed, right? So it's not like I want accreditation in software, but at the same time, it's like we don't draw any distinction between software made by a world expert in a topic who's been working on it for decades versus software made by a Hacker News dude who worked at Google for 6 months. Like, we need to make that distinction. It's very important. Not anyone can build a skyscraper, but not anyone can build software either. And we have the results of that all around us. The reason everything is broken is because a lot of software is made by people who shouldn't be making it. We definitely have a way that I'm thinking about to expand the beta, and we're just sort of figuring it out right now for the compiler. If you don't build your first skyscraper, how do you get to the second? No, it's fine to build your first skyscraper. Just don't tell people that it's good, and don't tell them to use it. And as a member of the public using software, don't be confused. Don't confuse that guy's rickety ass thing with like something made by deep experts over decades. Like, those things are different. God damn it. Chat is so frustrating. I'm not going to. From now on, I reserve the right not to read or respond to sentences that there's not even enough effort in them to punctuate them and capitalize correctly. That's going to be my guide as to whether I should respond to something or not. Is like, how much did the person typing it think or care about what they're saying? That filters out 99.5% of Twitch chat. It'll make it easy. Okay. So now, oh yeah, okay. So I need to go back in here and we need to, because we don't get diagonals, etc. here, let's just block it, and the per frame update in character switch is responsible for doing the input. Okay. All right. So this is not a thing right now. So we have mouse. We could do keyboard and gamepad at the same time. Aha, how about that? Okay, so here we're going to say, first we just do keyboard. We have these things. Key left. I know I have some function that maybe gets a direction from this. I literally don't. Wait, what about free camera mode? Free camera mode reads this stuff. Do camera position input. It's in player control. That's why I didn't notice it, probably. Okay. Camera position. Oh my gosh. We literally just do this. WASD. Okay. We're going to be really dumb. Okay, and then gamepad. Oh, you know what? Okay, never mind. All this stuff, we don't need this because we have that stuff. All right, we're just going to do this. Okay. So we already have these two slots for up, like, yeah, I should have just done that. Like, really, let's just be consistent about this. Okay. So that's good. That's good. And then the gamepad. Where is it? It's literally just in the gamepad module. Okay. Left stick. Where are we doing the D-pad stuff? There's literally no... Oh, it's just in... Right. It just is totally data-driven. It just goes through the key map file. Okay. Well, let's... Yes. Okay. Actually, we don't need that. Let's do that. Okay. Okay. Much cleaner than what I was going to do. Okay. So we've got, I might as well just test this since I've been sort of fuzzing out for a minute. Give myself less to think about. Whoops. These are 3D vectors, so we need 2D. We need 2D. All right. So left. Uh-oh. Wrong direction. Wait. Left is going up. Oh, because axis forward. All right. Okay. Yeah, we shouldn't use these 3D vectors. These are not the right thing. This is simpler anyway. Here we go. Here we go. Left, north, northwest. Yes, games can be programmed. It's amazing. Now the thing is, I don't have a way to quit without doing the select if you're doing it from the keyboard, but that's probably fine because you can just reselect whoever you wanted. Now here's a thing. It's actually oh, maybe it's not that hard. No, like if you don't roll off both keys at exactly the same time, because I'm just checking for if they're down, right? Then when you roll off, you can slide to the neighboring one, and that feels bad. So what I want to do is, here we go. Only change the keyboard direction when a new key is signaled. Otherwise, the direction can change as you roll off one key out of a 2-key diagonal combo, and that is bad. Okay, so okay, well, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So much ore. It's like I'm playing Satisfactory. Okay. Have it unselect everything when you aren't. No, because you don't want it to change when you roll off. Because if I let go of the arrow key and then let go of spacebar, I don't want it to not select. Because if I let go of spacebar and then let go of the arrow key, I mean, right now he moves. Maybe we should mask that off. But like, that's a little... Dang it, it didn't work. Okay, hold on. This signaled thing does not mean what I thought it did. Blah. What is that? This is gross. Let's make sure that works before we fix it. Okay, now I'm able to roll off without it. This is much better. Okay. So you could use this interface from the keyboard now. It's not really what we expect. Because if you're using the keyboard, you probably use number keys. Okay. So we don't clear the selector index. We used to rely on the mouse to do that. So I think, so we could show it like this, but it'll be actually, it's out of sync with the other things. So we would have to reinitialize it by searching through the characters, which we already, I think, kind of do for other reasons, but what does signaled mean? It means it was just pressed as opposed to being held down. It's like a different way of doing that than some of our other code does. How do you would you keep a function before the frame starts that clears the down and up flags of the previous frame of each button? I don't know. Like, it doesn't matter that much. You got to do something. Got to do something. All right. Okay, this is usable. All right, so when we open this, whoops. Okay. When we open this, we say, is it select index? Right? Selector index. Okay, so now we could do gamepad, and then after that we could get this cooperating with the mouse. We could actually get it cooperating with the mouse now, because I want to turn the mouse back on. So when we get a keyboard input, we're going to say we're not paying attention to the mouse right now. Okay. Don't we have a reset? Okay. Reset mouse due to other input. How does that go? Well, it says last input, or mouse input is active is false. Not quite sure. So we need to make this active in some case. And then when we draw it, we just return in this case. All right. So when we update this, we kind of want to make it active if it goes outside the dead zone. It's weird because it's going to be invisible initially until it goes in. Okay. We also should reset the position. So here we're going to say wheel do we use this dead zone anymore? No. So we're just going to make this local. Okay. We're going to try enabling this, but now we need to enable okay. This is going to be not quite what we want. Oh yeah, you know, if you put the reason for your function in the function name, that's good. All right, so I can select with mouse. This is great. It's all good. If I do this with keyboard, oh, it's messed up. Oh, because we're resetting down here. Okay. Actually, no, because we don't need this for this. That's fine. It's fine. All right. Here we go. Mouse. Keyboard. Mouse. Keyboard. Mouse. It's all working. Let's add some gamepad parts. Let's also turn on some lights. Lights. Do you use events? What do you mean by events? What does that mean? What do you mean by event? Like we've had launch events when we release a game and we have a party and invite people over. Haven't had one of those in a while, but you know. We've never done a Fortnite concert. Okay. Update character select mouse. Great. Gamepad. Gamepad. I need to look at the gamepad module. Okay. The D-pad. We will do. I guess that's not input, right? This is not a very good API. I didn't write this. Gosh darn it. Also, what is this? Like, for me to just ask what direction is the D-pad facing is like a pain in the ass. Okay. Key code. Right. Plus XX. Okay, so we do something like this. It's not good. And then let's just make sure that even works. Gamepad code. Okay, great. So if key is let's do this. UI get key state, get button state. So this is what we actually want to do. Very verbose, very annoying. Okay. Okay, so oh, actually, we don't need to worry about. That's actually not fucking good. God damn it. Because you can't. I think we're going to have to change all this logic because for gamepad, there's different kinds of gamepads, right? And some of them, so like this Xbox Elite one, it's got this circular gamepad, and you kind of just want to be able to put your finger around it and all that, right? But other times, or even if you take off this magnetic thing, then you have this very four-way gamepad that you would push, and that has all the roll-on, roll-off kind of problems if you're going diagonally that keyboard would have. So I'm not sure, like, what should the rule be that if you're down for a certain amount of time, if you've rolled off for a certain amount of time, that sounds terrible. We could do it though. We could do it. It's sad because I'm okay with this keyboard behavior, but maybe it's fine too. Like if you let people roll off. Yeah. All right. Let's just get gamepad in, and then we'll deal with what we're unhappy with regard to it. Okay. We're not going to do this same logic. We're going to do this so that they add. We're going to put them in the same order. So up is Y, down is Y. Left is -1. Y is plus, or right is +1. Okay, so that'll give us some D-pad. It's not going to be great D-pad. But we also want analog stick. If you're using the left stick, then maybe we override everything else. Or actually, we'll say we'll just mix it in. Okay. Wonderful. Let's see what happens. So, boom. Hey, that worked the first time. Left stick. Oh, except it's funny. It bounces around a lot. It's a very springy. I think we're going to want more than 0.5 on this. Also, with gamepad specifically, like it should deselect if it goes back to 0. If the left stick. All right. So we'll have a threshold for activating that'll be like, and then a threshold for deactivating. Okay, so we'll make it that, and then deactivating is going to be like 3.8. Right? Otherwise, gamepad stick influenced set choice it decided the choice is true, and if it decided the choice, we're going to say false, and selector index is -1. Okay, so like, you know, if the gamepad is zeroed but we're playing with the mouse or keyboard, we don't want this to spam us back to 0, right? So we need to make this Boolean. Whoops. And when we reset, we want to make sure we reset that. And when we do this, I mean, I should maybe put all this in a reset, but there we go. Okay. Did I remember to do everything? Let's see. Gamepad, stick, let go, stick. Oh. Actually, that should probably just select the character, not reset the thing. Like this should go thief as soon as I let go of it. That's what it should be. So when we say decided choice here, then we want to say, I forgot all my function names today. We've done a lot of things. Maybe mouse select character, except this is going to be called maybe select. Okay. I don't know. I don't know about this selected with click thing. I don't feel like that's a thing for this. All right. Bing, bing. Okay. I'm forgetting I should actually set it back to 0 because it's confusing that it doesn't, but I can select all the characters now. Or set it to -1. Selector index is -1. Dir xy. Okay, so we're going to have to think about this D-pad situation. Okay. So D-pad is not that bad using like the Elite disc here. It doesn't feel great. That's what you get for like a stick-on piece of poop, but I can do it mostly. The roll-off is a problem here though, definitely. So like, okay. We're going to check this in, and then we're going to do the version that doesn't have the noisy roll-off problem and uses time to do that. Because that'll work for keyboard and both kinds of D-pad. Like when I take this thing off, especially, if I go like up or left, yeah, it's very hard to release without rolling off. So that is going to have to get fixed. Any questions about what we're doing right now while I warm up some more tea water? What are the hardware specs of the PC? I don't care. Any reasonable questions about what we're actually working on right now? Read your comment about direct. I don't know where your comment about direct input is. It's off in the universe somewhere. Will I be rewriting the D-pad code? Not right now. Someday, maybe. Not right now. How long have I been programming? About 39 years. I turn 20 next year. Will I be implementing Steam input? Probably not, no. Yeah, I think I'm going to check this in so that in case I make a giant mess with what I'm about to do, that I don't get sad, and I can always come back and get it. All right. Could I list any features or engine nice to have that I think, damn, I should have done this sooner? I did, like, thinking about how to make an engine is not the right thing. You should know what game you're making, and you should very specifically do things that help you with that specific game. Like, making a general engine is not really a thing until you're a billion-dollar company. Because like in the early games of game development, people did that all the time. They were like, we're gonna even sub-engine stuff. They would be like, we're gonna make a library that helps you do blah blah blah, and it's like those things were all kind of useless because where the rubber meets the road is when you try to actually make a good game happen. And the stuff that you do when you're trying to make a good game happen is pretty different from what people theorize that you would want to do to make a game happen. Are there any videos where I've discussed character animation tools? There probably were random development videos, but I don't know if we ever did any specific focus on that kind of a thing. To be honest, we are pretty tool light on the animation side. I'm sure our animator would like it if we had more stuff. Some other people on the team added some stuff that I don't even know totally everything that it does. So like I wrote the core animation system and it was driven by text files originally in terms of the data driven part. And then we've added some in editor UI. Somebody else added that. And I don't know what it does. What's the nastiest hack I've ever checked in shipped? I don't know. I don't do nasty hacks. I do hacks that, are in principle not the best thing that you would like to do, but are actually fine. I don't do nasty hacks. I fix those. Animation is the last thing you're clueless on. Well, that's pretty good. If there's only one thing you're clueless on in 3D, that's you're in a good place. You're in a good place. These are not Cheetos. These are Smokehouse barbecue potato chips. Is the game only going to work with X input controllers? I don't know. I don't care right now. I honestly don't care. I'm not working on that. How are we doing today for lines of code? Got 700 lines. plus a little bit of stuff in some other files. That's 73 days of industry standard productivity. Today. Did I ever use a game engine like Unity or Unreal? No. No, no, no. You think the joke is that it's 5? No, the actual serious figure is 10 lines of code per day. Average. That is what professional programmers produce. It's probably lower now that there's so many web programmers. Where do you get those stats? There have been a number of studies across decades. Didn't Valve claim they write 4K a day? They have 400 engineers. Of course they write 4K lines of code a day. What do you think those people are doing? Okay. So we got to figure out how to change all this stuff that I just did. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go, we're going to say explain, please. And then we're going to say, oh, actually, we have direction flags. Oh, that's ocean connectivity. Let's not do that. Okay. Let's go. Let's just make some similar flags. We're going to go. Okay. We actually need this. Yeah. Okay. We're going to do this. And then time since key rolled off is direction okay, stored as. Okay, time since key rolled off. Do we have array 0? Yes. So when we reset in character switch, we want to reset these timers. I mean, it just all happens right here. Array 0 time since key rolled off. Now I shall pour some tea. So basically, we'll have some roll off counter. And if you're more than that, then we're good. I did like 1,000 lines in 5 hours one day in like 1996 when I was all proud of myself. But it was very easy, like linked list kind of data structure code that I just knew how to do, and I was just typing it out, right? These days, if I was doing code like that, it could probably be more faster than that. But that's the easiest case. Okay. So I feel like I would have deleted something we need to compile. Unable to parse. Oh, because I didn't put the type. Kind of need that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just do that. It's fine. Okay, so D-pad. All right, so here we're going to go back to the keyboard, and I'm just going to rewrite the keyboard stuff. And we're going to ignore gamepad again until later. So we're going to call a thing for so we have current, okay, let's call this orthogonal input WASD or gamepad dpad directions. Current orthogonal input flags. Let's just say this. Okay, so again, here, this goes to 0. All right. So we want a function that says something like it takes a key from here, a key info, and a direction that we want. And an index, which is direction. All right. And this is going to look kind of redundant. And what this is going to do is if info.down, we do something else, we do something else. This is already hard because you could press the alternate key. It's like instead of having one set of flags, we should have like 3. Like keyboard primary, keyboard alt, and D-pad. All right. Just trying to do things this would be so much easier if I just didn't care like most people seem to not care. It's just, I'm trying to properly, at least reasonably handle cases when you have multiple input devices plugged in and you're like jerking around with all of them at the same time. That's why this is squirrelier than it might look. Okay, so we're going to do a thing where we do this. And, God. Okay. You know what? Okay, first, we don't care about alt anything at all. At all. We're just going to do this for the primary keys. And then, so what I just realized is I probably want to combine this and this into one data structure and make 3 of them, right? But I'll do that first just for this one case. So we'll pass in, no, we'll do it here. Okay, so if it's down, else, I mean, it's complicated. All right, so time since key rolled off of direction is 0. Otherwise, we're going to add dt. Okay. Unless, so okay, first we'll let the roll off time happen all the time. And that'll feel a little bit laggy when you let go of keys. But then we can say, oh, if you're the only flag, you go off instantly, right? Whether we are the only flag. Okay, so if info.down ortho or equals xx one left shift direction. All right. Okay. And then if if this is greater than or equal to roll off time, then, well, okay, let's make a more complicated, because we maybe want to account for slow frame rates and stuff. All right. So if should roll off, let's just say, okay, let's do that right now. Total is this. So we're going to go total is greater than or equal to roll off time and, or max 2 times dt. So we want like at least 2 frames. This, we might want to make this 3. I don't know. The point being, if you're running at a super slow frame rate that's longer than the dt, then you still want your input to work. People don't think about any of this stuff when they program these things usually. Well, high quality game authors do. Many people don't. So okay, if we should roll off, then ortho and equals not cast to okay. Something like that. If we should roll off, do that. Okay, and if it's, what does this look like down here? So we're doing all this stuff for now. We're going to go handle key info, key up. Let's go key right. Input flag, wait. Keyboard primary. Okay. East and DT, right? Right, up, left, down, and north, west, south. Okay. Info dot press, right? Maybe we should make those bit flags go through pointers. Okay, DT. We didn't pass DT. All right. This is, we're taking the pointer there in case we want to reset signal. Okay. Who knows what I just did? It's probably wrong in like 5 ways. Yeah, we're not even, oh, because I didn't do the later part. I'm just setting these flags. Okay. Okay. Well, why am I setting those flags? It's because I then want to do this stuff. So if flags and dot east, this thing, it's just we're putting it into a format where we could clear the flags over time and stuff. Probably could have done it a simpler way, honestly. I mean, when you get to 24 IQ, it becomes difficult to measure because that's the highest number. All right, so here, north, east, east, west, northeast, rolling off kind of mess. Oh, that still did it. The roll off part's not working. Oh, because if we release all the keys, that's an accept. We're leaving that part out. So down here, when we do this, okay. I'm going to do this thing that I often do, where if it's -1, that just means we're not counting, right? I still don't think I did enough there, but okay, now yeah, it's behavior's mostly unchanged. Like I'm kind of doing a sloppy release and it's not doing it. Let's see. So this is weird because I'm not seeing, it's weird because it feels like it's exuberantly rolling off, but I'm not seeing roll off in the single key case, right? Like here I push north, I let go. It's just staying on yellow for some reason. It's as if the pressed flag is never cleared. Let's just let's check it out. Let's just see what it's doing. So I'm here. Wait, did I just not recompile? Or do I have a bug that's only working in the debugger? Oh, never mind. Right. It's when I'm releasing the spacebar that it's selecting. Which I guess is the behavior we want for keyboard, right? This is what's confusing me, is thinking about keyboard plus gamepad. This is actually pretty much fine. It's just what's happening is the roll-off counter on both of these is ticking. So we want to clear all the roll-off counters if this is like we want to consider the keys as a group, and set like rolling off flags. Yeah. Right. So if everybody's rolling off, then nobody's rolling off. It's like The Incredibles. All right. Okay. So we go rolling off, rolling off, rolling off, rolling off. If rolling off is equal to this big ass name, we got to explain that too. Then oh yeah. Okay. left, north, left. Didn't really work. Damn it, bro. Why not? Oh, actually, none of them are down. It's actually this. Then you stop the roll. I was thinking the wrong thing. Here we go. Left, northwest, messier roll off. Dang it. The hell, guys. I'm trying to get it to just stay in the corner with a slightly... I broke something. Here is where I just want to see the values on the screen, right? It's probably a really dumb bug. I mean, really, we don't even need this variable that I just added, probably. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's just do this. We're going to go flag, flag. But this is current. Like that. So instead of this rolling off, we're going to go current down. So this is just going to be, if not current down, we reset all that stuff. Okay, that's not even a thing right there. Okay, so left. Ooh. Dang it, now they're never. Fudge. Ah, now they're never coming off because I'm resetting them as soon as nobody is down. Fuck. This is just, I conceptualized this in the wrong way, and this is one of those things where if I'd thought about it the right way, it would have just been very simple. Otherwise, it's not. So it's like there's a lot of different constraints on what should happen that seem simple until you think about them. Like, okay, maybe we want a current down and a last frame down, right? But that's the same as asking if any of these are new. If anything new is down, yeah, like this is kind of the policy that we had before on the keyboard, right? If anything new goes down, you just kill the roll off, right? And okay, let's do this. Okay, so if input.signaled is false, fresh gets ORed with the flag. All right. So we have freshes. If there are any freshes, whoops. Messed up. And then this will get clean in the end. It's just, I don't know. Okay, so if we have freshes, then we basically, that just makes us up to date. So we'll kill the roll-offs and we'll say this thing equals current down. We get rid of everyone rolling off if there's a freshie. Otherwise, if there's nobody currently down, then we kill all the roll-off. And none will happen. Let's see how that does. This is info.signaled. Info. Wow, look at all the gifting. It's a Pac-Man ghost. Gave people subs. That's crazy. We almost hit F it and start over point. No, this is actually pretty good. It's just I didn't think clearly enough about what I wanted. This is actually fine. It like looks messier and more verbose than it will be once we pack these things together into one data structure, I think. Okay, so there. Yeah, there we go. A messy roll-off is no longer... Yeah, oh, this is good. This is good. I know you probably can't tell the difference between this and when it was broken, but this is doing the right thing, and it's doing something that'll work for D-pad. Okay. Thoughts on the importance of discretization of space and time for puzzle games? It's just a lot easier to make a good game when things are discretized. It's like a magical power. I don't think continuous puzzle games are generally very good. But maybe somebody just needs to figure it out. Screencast keys overlay would be nice. Well, I don't have that. Okay, so the next step is to pack this into a data structure. Like, we probably tune it later, but we want to pack this into a structure with all this stuff together with some shorter names. And then we can just repeat that structure for the alt keys and OR it together. So we will say do key quad key info. Let's go yeah, up key info, left is a key info, down is a key info. So we're going to do all this stuff. DT is a float. Here we're going to go do key quad long term. Whoops, don't put that in the middle. Long term is a pointer to orthogonal input flags. This thing is going to be called long term. Actually, this thing. And these are also not. Okay, so long term. Okay. Okay, so we do a key quad there. Okay. Now, though, let's just make sure that still works, but we still want to put some things together. Let's call it a quartet. Let's go. We're not playing quack here. Okay, so we're going to go key quartet is a struct, and here we're going to go key quartet flags. Okay, now this is going to have long term is a key quartet flags, and these things, these time roll off timer. So that's going to break because we changed the name. Right. And then reset, roll off. That's going to be this thing. Let's go using. So we do that. Okay. Here we say reset, roll off quartet. Right. Same here. Quartet.long term equals current down. This is quartet. Key quartet. Boom. We'll maybe deal with these in a minute because we should pass the quartet in there. I mean, yeah, we'll see. Because the problem is the D-pad does a different thing, which is why we can't. Okay. Okay, so a few things are broken still. Do key quartet. Okay. Let's just do this. We'll get rid of these for now. Okay. So there we go. Probably still a few things broken. Time since Q rolled off. Yes. So we're just going to pass the full quartet in here. And we're going to go right, time since. Getting a little bit briefer in the names. Okay. Handle key info. Okay, and then this is probably setting long term. And honestly, the current and fresh could be on there too, so that we have fewer parameters. Oh yeah, we got rid of the primary. Got rid of the primary. Boom. Okay. Hopefully I didn't destroy everything. It's working fine. Okay, good news. So now the reason we did this is so we could do this. Okay, and we're going to go Alt, 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 Alt. Okay. And then we just OR in the flags. That was the whole plan that I didn't say, is that you do this whole system per quartet and then you OR in the flags. Now the problem is gamepad, D-pad, I mean. Oh no. Okay. Okay, I forgot. Okay, part of the plan for this to work is we have to reset everybody if they have a fresh. If there's any fresh ever, okay, that also means these things want to be on the quartet. So, all right, no problemo. So the current down, let's just call him current. This isn't football. Okay, so actually, no, we're going to pass fresh in. Fresh is like a global. Okay, so here we got fresh. Okay, Dougie fresh. Now, if fresh is set, okay, this can actually be fine. So if fresh is set, quartet keyboard dot long term, quartet keyboard alt dot long term, boy, all this stuff that I'm doing just to make it 15% better. It's hours of extra work. But once you do it, it lasts a long time. Oh, it's not current down, it's current. I bet I did that a lot still. Fresh. Okay, let's see what that does. I broke something real bad. I'm just trying to use the normal keys right now. Dang it, bro. What? How did it go down? I pushed up? Wait, I pushed up and it went left and then down. Oh my God, it's so broken. Okay, hold on. So first of all, the current flags, I had in my mind to reset them and I didn't. Because we put it on the thing. It used to be a local, right? Now it's on the thing. So here we need to reset this. At least. All right. Yeah, it's super broken. Damn it. It's like the roll off is not happening now at all. No, there it's happening actually. It's pretty clearly broken. Dude, I don't know what's going. What's happening is complicated enough. Wait, really? Okay, so the fresh thing for sure is not working. So here's a left. I'm trying to put it down, and we're getting a diagonal. And that's crap. So what is going on there? So if fresh, I mean, we could take out all this long-term part and just set that. Oh no, because of the roll-off. Yeah. Yeah, we could factor this slightly differently so that this thing doesn't ever manipulate long term. It just returns current. And the current takes into account the roll off. And then we don't need long term. Like we kind of don't need two things. Because the roll-off timer is what tells us that it's down. So we don't actually need long-term. Let's try deleting that anyway. I don't think that's incomplete anymore. All right, so long term, can like go away, I think, completely. And this is current. See what happens there. Probably still broken. We'll see. Let's see if the mouse still works, by the way. It does. Okay, that's great. That feels the best if you want to use a mouse, but okay. Now it's completely broken. Because I think I deleted too much up here. So we're setting fresh. No, we're setting current right here. This is unnecessary now, I think, because oh, fudge. Okay, first of all, the bug is I was supposed to set current to 0. In the top line, I forgot to do that. Okay? Okay. So here we're going to go if quartet doc, we're changing everything. Never mind that it worked until we broke it. We're just changing everything. Okay, this we don't have to pass. Okay. Here. Gone. Okay. Hey, I can at least go again. Great. It works so far. Like, due to the roll-off, it feels a little bit laggy, but it's like... You want to allow some slop in letting go of the keys, or people will have a lot of problems. That's also adjusted. Maybe we could even, in the menu, like, I'm an expert at using a keyboard, so don't make it laggy. All right, it works again, and it's simpler than it was. So that's great. Now, what about if I do this? Yeah, oh. See, now I'm using the arrow keys, which are the Alt keys. What if I use both? Left on the arrow keys, up on WASD. Yeah, right on the arrow keys, left. Well, those, I guess we just get approximately 0. I should threshold it if it's less than a certain length, so it goes to 0, because I did all the work, damn it. All right, left on WASD, up on the arrows. Up on the arrows, left on WASD. Down on arrows, left. Yeah. See? This is quality, people. Quality. Hopefully our next game uses arrow keys and stuff so I can keep all this code that we did tonight. All right. Quality. Okay, so this part can go. Now we need to do D-pad. Well, let's make sure that like analog stick and all that stuff still works. Okay, analog stick still works. That's great. I'm holding the right shoulder button and moving the mouse, and that works. And then I'm pushing left on the keyboard. That works. I'm pushing A, and then I can't reach up arrow, so I'm going to push it with I'm going to rest the gamepad on up arrow while holding the right shoulder button. See that, guys? That's fucking quality. Yes, I just demoed WASD arrows and joystick at the same time. The thing is, I mean, at some point, one of them has to take over. So right now, I'm pushing up on the analog stick, and now I'm going to press A. Diagonal, bro. Down on the analog stick, A. Diagonal, bro. I did this on Braid as well, and also Witness. Or maybe just Witness. I don't know. One of those games, I just went bonkers on this kind of shit. Okay. We could also just show when it's not occupied. I kind of want to show some gray there just to give the control feedback, because I'm sort of swiping the analog stick around the edge, and it's like, You don't see it when it's on those, you know. Okay, D-pad. So I'm still using the same D-pad code as before. I'm actually being fortunate with the roll-offs. Let me just... Okay, so now I'm going to remove the thing. D-pad, D-pad. Why are the roll-offs working better? The whole reason I changed keyboard was because D-pad was sucking. And now... Okay, there we had a messy roll-off. What? The whole reason I did the keyboard thing, guys, the way that I just did it, was because D-pad was sucking, and now D-pad's doing great. I don't get it. Did I just waste an hour? Not really. Okay. That was a couple messy roll-offs. This is a lot cleaner than it seemed like before. Maybe I'm just like breaking in the thing. It's not a matter of polishing exactly, because Polish joke. I see. Okay. What? This is just perfect now. I didn't even do anything with it. Oh my God, it's reacting to the analog stick as I walk around. It's like selecting dudes. Why? Okay, we need to fix that. Staten Island. Do I delete all this code that I just did? WTF. I guess not. I guess it's helpful still, but bleh. Okay. So this thing about the analog stick is only all this character select stuff should only be here. Right? So if this, then we do these. You know what? Let's do the other thing too. When we draw this stuff, oh, the headshot images we don't want to draw at all. Never mind. Whoops. We want the outer outlines. All right, so oh. Okay, let's just make selector index go to those. We don't care about present here, and we'll fix that in a second, because I want to see the thing on the outlines, and it's going to be too bright, and that's going to be fine. All right, so I open it, I go around, now I can see it on the things. Okay. And no Bard, no Promise Guy. Okay, so now if it's analog stick, we don't want to try to select. If like it's this thing where if you let go of the stick, it selects, right? So this thing, if it's present, do that. Okay, and then headshot, where was that? Okay, so here we've got selector color. All right, and then if it's not present, we're going to say thickness times equals 0.6 selector color dot xyz times equals 0.4. All right. Wait. Selector index. Right. We're just. This is not a loop. It looked like a loop to me in my brain. In my brain. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's a little too dim. But it's fine. I actually want a little bit more analog response to this. So I don't know what we would do for that, but okay. This is pretty cool. It's like, it actually feels like I could play it on a console. I think we want the analog stick navigation a little bit better, but like when you're just walking around the world. But here it's pretty okay. Like we just need to figure out, you know, what's the flashier version of this look like, and then etc. Okay, great. I'm a little miffed about this D-pad thing, though. I feel like I should do the better D-pad roll-off. But it's like not happening now. But I guess... I don't know. Like, I wish I had another gamepad that works on here so I could try it with some other D-pad. What controller am I using? I'm using the Xbox Elite controller because I'm super elite. This is pretty good for a day's work. I feel good about it. However, I'm miffed if we're not. The whole reason I did that timed thing for the last like 2 frickin' hours is because I thought we were going to need it for the D-pad. And I feel like I do really, but I don't in actual practice right now. I'm also being a little bit inconsistent with how I select here. Like I'm doing it when you let go of the stick here. Oh, but that's because the stick always goes back to the middle. Right. I could do, I guess for the stick behavior, instead of, oh no, because you want to be able to do this actually. That's why I should make the D-pad work the same way as the analog stick, because you want to go between the characters when this is open. Like when there are multiple priests or whatever. How do you plan to incorporate the different input methods like PC, keyboard, mouse? What do you mean? I did all this today. We did mouse today. We did keyboard today. We did gamepad today. It's all in the VODs. There was a stream from about 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. where I did a lot of that stuff. I don't understand what you mean by, is there some inversion of control? I don't know what that means. Majority of algorithms courses don't talk about space complexity at all, as it is memory is a limited resource just like time. In practical, like, you almost never care about space complexity in the computer science way. Like, you definitely, when you're writing programs, you care about how much space they take, but that almost never has anything to do with the algorithmic complexity space. It's kind of irrelevant. The only reason it's relevant is because there are complexity classes like pspace that like have their own definition, right? But it's not, honestly, nobody cares except Scott Aronson about pspace. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but you know. Dude, on this Elite controller, it's got this like snap-on disc thing, but if I press on one side, it's like coming off the other side. It's like, that doesn't feel good, guys. Okay, let me at least make the D-pad tapping act like this. And maybe keyboard should as well. I mean, I guess it should, right? So if I'm here and I tap left, it should do it. So let's see how that feels. Let's see what that does. So we're going to say trigger select. All right, and we're going to go if trigger select. I guess we'll do this here. It's a little bit different, but okay. Okay. So what is trigger select? That starts out as false. And then if afresh, you just trigger a select. That's all that means. Oh, I broke that thing. Because that's only in the analog stick. Okay, so we're doing the extra deselect. Which I guess means we get rid of that. Because now we just select all the time. All right, so the to ignore is gone. It did it anyway. Oh, because we don't want to select when the thing goes away now at all. It going away is not the select trigger at all. It's when we tap it. Tap, tap, let go. Tap, 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 let go. Tap, 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 tap. I don't know why the highlight wasn't going to her. That was weird. We need to clean some of this out and debug it. Ooh. So tapping through diagonals on keyboard is a little bit... Like, I think I would prefer to use the number keys in that case, right? Why did we crash? That's so weird. selector index is -1. Okay. Yeah, that was just we somehow reverted to a 0 delta. Okay, let's just start killing no check-ins. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Those explains, we still have to explain. Oh, shoot. We still want that. Fuck. Okay. If using the mouse, don't require a click to select. I forgot about that. It was for the ergonomics of mouse. If mouse input is active, though, yes. Okay, so we're only doing this in the mouse case. Okay, so here, ding, ding, I'm not clicking the button, but if I do click the button, then it won't auto-select. All right. Here I can just tap it, it won't auto-select. It's kind of annoying to do multis here. That's fine. Okay. Good so far. Back to the gamepad, trying this out with the analog stick. I'm just pushing it, push, 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 push. So I think we just don't, the problem with the analog stick is it like bounces back to the middle and then we deselect in that case. And I don't think we want to do that. It doesn't feel solid. So I think we just don't set it to -1. Wait. Okay, yeah, actually, no, never mind. We're getting 2 selects here. So analog stick is busted now. Right, because we're doing trigger select on go. And we're also doing it on release. Which is not good. We could just try select on go. Okay. Gamepad stick decided choice. Trigger select is true. What is this for now? literally nobody cares about this anymore because it was for releasing. Gains. We made gains. Okay, we don't need this anymore, obviously. And then this. Oh, wait, we don't do that here. So I think we just don't do this, honestly. When you delete code, you become stronger. Yes, except it's like the Price is Right. You get stronger and stronger the more code you delete until you go over. And then it's a disaster. Okay, so with the analog stick, I goofed, and now we're doing like every frame a select. It's like every frame a painting, but it's every frame a character select. So we have to fix that. Although it's great if you want to quickly select a random character. So here feels much more stable. Good, good. Good, good. Here. Okay. It's like Elon's design philosophy of deleting parts from Star. Yeah, I'm sure if you delete too many parts from Starship, it's bad. Okay. So what I really need to do is I want a variable much like the one that we had, except it's like, okay, let me think about this for a second while I get some water. It's like you need to return to center with the analog stick to select the same character again. But if it's a different character, it's okay. Right, we need to do that. Okay. So when we return to center, okay, we go right. Okay, otherwise, to reselect the same character, you have to go back to the middle. But if you swing around the perimeter, you can select all you want. Analog stick already selected. See, okay, I don't have to put this on an else here. Okay, so actually, analog stick already selected. Already selected index equals -1. All right. Otherwise, here we'll say stick triggered select is true. Okay. And then, because we don't know this value, see, this is a little more. If stick triggered select okay. Okay, analog stick already selected index. That has to get defined now. What is it again? Character index. Okay, and then that needs to reset when we come on in. All right. All right. Oh. Dang it. It's kind of gross. You know what? S32. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Bing. Bada bing. It's still doing it. Fudge. Okay. What happened? Oh, I'm casting the bool. Don't cast the bool, bro. There we go. Bing. Now it's going exactly twice. What? It's just going exactly twice every time. Ain't no thing. Not every time, though. Okay, the thing about swinging around the perimeter works, though. And it only selects the guy one time. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Okay, actually, so we can see it. We'll clear that so that we see when we're back in the middle. That gives us feedback. Okay, so if we trigger select, let's move this just there. If it was stick triggering the select, then this is if it's a different thing. This part appears to work. Let's just check what's in maybe select character. It's been so long. Okay, that's the mouse button clicking. Okay, how many calls does this we have? We have the mouse input close. We have mouse click. We have the actual function. We have the thing we were just looking at. All right. So this literally just says select attempt. Now that was so that we could return true from these things. Literally nobody cares anymore. Well, we're making gains. do that. Actually, we don't actually know. Oh, we use it there. Never mind. Oh, I was wrong again. Wait. Yeah, we return it down there. I goofballed. Okay, this is still gonna go wrong. Am I having fun? I've been having fun today because I've been getting so much done. But like, it's a really nice feeling to do like a whole big feature that didn't exist before in one day. Okay, the mouse now. Ugh. See, I'm starting to like. There's been so much randomization from all the things that some stuff. Oh, some stuff. Something I did just totally hosed everything. Oh, it's this one. Let's just do both of these for clarity. So we only want it to clear. So the gamepad stick was at length 0, which meant it was clearing everybody when it got to that code. We only want it to clear its own thing, like David S. Pumpkins. Okay, there. See, we're actually getting the outlines now. If I use mouse, there we go. Okay, I thought I had horribly broken everything, but okay, that's behaving as desired. Now the analog stick probably is still double selecting because I didn't figure that out. Yeah, wait. It is often double selecting, but not always. Now it's, yeah. So what's going on there? So this should be mutually exclusive with this. Oh, you know what? This is fine. We can put these together. It'll be simpler and okay. Let's just print every time. Just going to print out what this was. I don't think it's analog stick noise. I mean, it might be, but that would be a lot of noise. But who knows? It could be. It genuinely could be. But we're only triggering the selection if it goes out to 0.8. And we're supposed to only deselect if it goes less than 0.3. Although interestingly there, it hasn't cleared this thing, which bothers me. Okay, so there it's selected twice. Oh, hold on. We only want to print this if it's true, because otherwise we just flood ourselves with stuff. Okay. Okay, so the second time it double selected. So the first time it worked fine. The second time, yeah, this thing wasn't set for some reason. Okay, it was set to -1. It shouldn't have been. We're going to print that we set it. So if we see it set this to something and then it gets reset, that's bad news. Is this a superset of Python? Super, if super means super duper better, then yes. Okay, that very first selection did a double. It said stick triggered was false. Then what was it triggered by? What? Okay, hold on. Can I get it to trigger with like low? It's like if I don't push it out to the edge, it's 1 each time. If I do, and then it's doubles sometimes. Like a lot of these say stick triggered false. Wait, all the slow ones. Wait, all the slow ones were stick triggered false? What? Squeeze me? We're not supposed to be adding to this. What is happening? Are we somehow sending the input from the gamepad? Or like as if it was D-pad? Like, what is going on? I bet we are, dude. I bet some D-pad shit is happening. I bet the gamepad code is it's setting D-pad and driving me nuts. Maybe. I didn't notice that before, but maybe the behavior before was idempotent. Okay. Stick triggered false D-pad 0. It's not the D-pad. Oh. It's not the gamepad. Okay, God. It's not the gamepad library. It's that we're probably hacking player motion by setting key left, etc. When we, like, because we didn't think about this. Right? Let's try that. That's probably how we did player motion a long time ago. And we were like, screw it. Nothing wrong with that. No. What is happening? How about Alt? I mean during regular gameplay, not the test, yeah. There you go. We are setting key left Alt when the gamepad stick is going. I don't think that's in the key map. Yes, it is. I see, because we can rebind that. Okay. So what to do about this? I don't feel like this is, okay. There's a question of solving it for now, which I want to do so I can go to bed. And there's a question of solving it long term. I think long term, mapping it this way is not necessarily a very high quality way. Because, for example, when people push diagonally, which is very easy to do on a gamepad, you get inputs in this game that you don't really want. Okay. So we're going to put in a thing that says we don't do this. We only do this for normal motion. So that's going to be a little bit of a project for me to work on later. It's not a high quality way to move the player. will want to use something more direct, probably, or more knowledgeable of the analog stick. Like, that's the thing. It always seems neat when you can do stuff like this, but then if it throws away quality, you don't want to do it. Okay. Then also, all right. So when the character select UI is up, because we want to do more analog stick aware stuff in that case. Actually, I mean, maybe we actually don't, which is the sad part. I think we probably do. It's just going to be higher quality, but yeah. We want to do more analog stick aware stuff in that case. We probably also want to do higher quality things for gameplay, but I don't want to break that part right now. Oh my gosh, it's the 28th already. It's absurd, everybody. Okay, so here we're going to go to, character switch. And we're going to go this. And we're just going to ignore these. And that leaves a little bit of a corner case. Like, what if the character select is up when we bring it up, but then it goes down, and then, yeah, whatever. Whatever, man. I don't think it'll cause a problem in reality. Okay, left. Left. It's still doing it. At least at first. Okay, left alt dot pressed. Okay. I think that might have been like a legit gamepad. Oh, I accidentally went up and then back down. I see. Okay, this appears to be working okay now. Every time I drag it over, I get one. Okay, I think it's Miller time, everybody. I think it's Miller time. This was an interesting case study in having slightly different controls for like 4 ways of controlling things that all are simultaneously doable. Like, I'm twirling around the analog stick right now, but then keyboard, like, it's all working. Okay, we have to explain our no check-in explains, by the way. So I want to do that. And then we'll run a Benny test again. In fact, okay. We'll start it compiling right now. Okay, we have 424 viewers at 10 p.m. Hello, people. How's it going? We did this full character selector today. I'm very happy with it. It took us about 9.5 hours. The last 4 hours has been like gritty input stuff. Like we had the basic thing working in the first stream, which was 5.5. So that's about a good solid work day, 9.5 hours. Okay. First I tried some policy about keyboard stuff that just said, hey, when you guys, I think it's a disaster. I think all the time stuff that I did was bad. Not really. I mean, I think we want it for D-pad. I think we want it for D-pad, but we don't have it turned on for D-pad right now because those data structures are a little different. I think we don't want it for keyboard because this was sort of obviated by the thing that I did. I think I've lost all track of what order we did things in tonight, but I think the thing where I made it so it selects immediately just negates the time stuff completely for keyboard. It does. It's maybe a little more reactive to see the thing move when you let up on one key. It's probably less messy visually in some cases. I don't know. We'll see. When you press a new key, that sets the target. Then I did some D-pad stuff and said, hey, we need to do a more controlled roll off on the D-pad so that we don't get slop. Since then, though, yeah, I think all the time stuff can go away. I spent like an hour and a half on it. Okay. But we might, okay, let me put it this way. We might keep it if we want to change the UI. Like I sort of went through 3 or 4, I don't know how many different ways of controlling when the characters actually select. And I ended up with the most responsive and easy thing, which is like as soon as you go in that direction. And I think that eliminates the need for the time stuff. But if we change our mind later and don't want it to act that way, then maybe the time stuff becomes useful again. So I'm going to write that in the comments. Since then, though, we changed the interface so that it selects characters as soon as you add new input going in any direction. This makes roll off no longer important to track, since the only case in which roll off can change the output is when the UI closes due to mouse input and no mouse button was clicked, in which case there is no roll off, since there are no keys. So I think I can delete a bunch. You know what we're going to do? we're gonna play for keeps. We're gonna check this in, and then we're gonna fucking delete it. Because that's how we do things in the new America, where we try to fucking get serious and stop being losers. All right. So okay. Okay, so then that was one of them. If all current keys are only current due to roll off, just clear the roll off. Yeah, I think we can just delete all the roll off stuff, but we'll see. Dude, I spent so long on that tonight. D-pad and 2 main buttons. Would that be enough? Probably not. You know, it's interesting. I was using the shoulder button to bring up the character switch. But we could just bring it up when you hit the D-pad. That's what I should do. Or the left analog stick, right? Isn't there select and start too? Yeah, but you can't like take those over, right? Because the system uses them. Okay, so this one, if any new input is given, ignore all roll-offs since we consider this to be newest, most accurate thing. Oh my God, dude. I spent hours, we could have, yeah. This is programming though sometimes. It's kind of design and programming at the same time, right? It's brave that 2 buttons is not enough. I don't know. Like, a lot of games these days need more than 2 buttons. It's just what we do. Dude, there's so much of this stuff is roll off and it's all useless now. Well, we'll finish the Benny test and then we'll see. brave to delete the code at the end of a working day. Well, what is important is the maximally good working system, not the code that you typed. Code, all else being equal, code is a problem, right? You want the least problem. Yeah, all this roll-off stuff that I did was only useful from the perspective of changing the selection when you've rolled off. Lines of code is a stupid metric. I mean, it kind of is, but it's the most objective metric. That's the problem, is anything else is just like some stuff that people made up. It's probably better in some cases, but it's also a lot more abstract and hard to understand. Lines of code is very easy to understand. You can see it. Some days are dead days. Most of today was good. It's just I did about probably an hour, hour and a half of stuff I didn't need to do. That's not bad though. Like, we got an entire working system today. So what do you want? Okay. Great. So we're going to check this in. I might be too tired to do this. We'll see if it goes badly. Character switch stuff first pass. Oh no, I had a no check-in. Okay, yeah. That's, yeah. What? I thought we searched for all of these. Okay, that's it. Okay, now roll off all goes away. Let's just first get rid of the roll off timer. I'm going to delete all this. Okay, so we get freshes, we get currents, we delete all this stuff, I guess. Reset roll off goes away. Reset roll off goes away. Trigger select if fresh. I mean, look how much simpler this is all of a sudden. And then the separating the keys into key quartets probably only was a definite advantage because of the roll-off stuff. All right, so let me go back to character test. There we go. Pinging back and forth, pinging. Oh, that's interesting. Right. So we're changing direction by rolling off right now, which is part of what was confusing, but we're not selecting her, right? So we don't actually want to change direction by rolling off with keyboard or with D-pad because it looks sloppy anyway, even if you don't. Okay, so there's a little bit more to do here. Oh no, I left that stick triggered in. What? I left this in. In the last check-in. So everybody now has a thing that does that. Except, yeah. All right. Okay. What do I do? Yeah. Okay, so this Dukey quartet stuff. We don't really care about the current. We care about when there's a fresh. When there's a fresh, we update the current. Or we just make a new thing. Whoops. Okay. So we're going to have a thing. Oh, and then we get rid of this rolling off anyway. That's gone. So this chosen is then what we do here. And we only update that when it changes. Okay. So what's going on is I'm going left, up, whoops, up. Hold on. I accidentally loaded a frickin' level by hitting an arrow key. All right. So I'm going left, up, and that gives me a diagonal. And now I'm rolling off left. And that sort of leaves me pushing in the up direction, but that's not really how this works, right? So now I'm going up. Yeah. So what I want to do now is just say if current is 0, we also update it. Yeah. So chosen else if current is equal to 0, we release all keys go back to center. Oh, So this still isn't incorporating D-pad yet. It's working great. There we go. It's a little bit messy to use this for keyboard because you if you tap two keys, you're sort of intermittently a lot of the time selecting a character, but that's probably something we could clean up graphically by just, I don't know, putting a little bit of a delay into the actual select if it's keyboard, honestly. Which would involve timers, but they would be different timers than those roll-off timers we just deleted. Okay, pretty good. Oh, because we're never resetting it, we can't use mouse now. Okay. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, but now, boom. Okay. So I need to make it that it goes back to center. And then what's it called? Selector index equals -1. Shit. Wait, why doesn't that? Oh, we just say trigger select is true, I guess. Because the reason I said shit is because I want these things to work together. And I don't want that to reset for other. The whole thing about having all the inputs active at once is a little bit bananas, but it's how it goes. Okay, I don't understand why we don't reset back to the middle. Wait, where's my mouse? Oh, God damn it. See, I knew I was a little bit too tired now. Mouse is totally hosed now. What did I do? This trigger select. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is actually probably acceptable. Maybe. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Mouse. Keyboard. Mouse. Okay. Analog stick. Pretty good. D-pad. Great. Okay, so now it's still got this one thing where after I tap, it's like not resetting. I don't understand why not. Oh, wait. This is chosen. Okay, this doesn't ever trigger because that means these are 0. So what was I really trying to say here? So if okay. Yeah, this will never happen because we don't ever, yeah, okay, I'm a dummy. So we're going to do this. Okay. And now we're going to say before this, if currents is equal to 0, then we're going to say if we have any chosen, we clear it out. See if that messes it up. The graphics are a little weak here, but because it doesn't stay lit when you tap it. But again, we could put a little, when we do the real graphic sauce, we could fix that for sure. This is probably not the way you would play on keyboard anyway. It's awkward. I'm just making it work. Okay, here we go. Left, upper left, mouse, right, left, analog stick, mouse. It all works at the same time, guys. D-pad left, keyboard up. Okay, so there's going to be a little bit of an incomplete as I go to Miller time, and we're going to do the following thing. We're going to say incomplete the D-pad stuff does not follow the same conventions as the keyboard stuff with regard to setting only on fresh. We probably should combine it with the keyboard stuff above. Okay. All right. So that's good. That's good. Okay, this dir XY is kind of lonely up there. That can come down here. this key quartet thing is like not doing much. I mean, I guess it is a little bit. It's doing a lot less than it used to, and that's good though. And you know what though? I'm pretty sure signaled is here. So we could do that. I feel that that is a thing. How many people are working on this? Like, you know, 2.5, something like that. Like one person part-time, not an actual half person. Okay, what did I just do? I was just verifying that this stuff works. Yep. I think this is the best foundation. I think probably, I don't know about D-pad select. So the thing is, right now it's like, hey, left stick or D-pad while you hold down the right shoulder. But like, maybe it's just, you just do the right stick to select people, you know? Fuck, D-pad is fucked up. It's double selecting on D-pad, guys. Probably for the same reason as with the analog stick, right? Is that... D-pad. I don't see any D-pad in here. I'm tired, everybody. I want to go to bed, but I also want everything to be perfect. Did I program off stream? Only barely. What if it's that? It's not the controller because it was working fine before. Okay, I think it's legit time to rest. This is mostly good. I had wanted to completely check it off, but we have a frickin'... Let me just check if, like, who... Okay, hold on. So we set all these things. Oh, This was wrong. But it's still like it's selecting for some other reason. It's like we were changing the length. I don't actually know. Okay, yeah, it's like when I let off the D-pad, it's doing the second select. So like this will be solved because I think it's just adding the I don't know. I don't know, but I'm going to want to factor it in to use the other stuff. Basically. You know what? The line must be drawn here. We do it. We do it right now. We do it right now. It's not a problem. Here's what we do. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, that's not press. That's, what is it called? Signaled. Okay, so that's signaled, and then down is that. Okay, so we're going to make these fake things. We're going to make a quartet. We didn't do this, by the way. Oops. D-pad. And then the KI. D-pad. This could be a mess, guys. Could be a huge freaking mess. Okay. I'm going to no check in this comment that I bothered to write. And we're going to do this up here. What is it called? Key info, not key input. Down is not a member of key info. Pressed. Dang it. Sometimes it's just not worth it. Okay, keyboard's still working. We didn't break it. That's great. Mouse still working. Analog stick still working. Okay, so the real test is what happens with the D-pad. D-pad, D-pad. Oh, fuck. Okay, guys, I forgot about the critical. I have to undo everything I just did. The critical difference between keyboard and D-pad is that you actually want to be able to circle around the D-pad. And the way that I did the keyboard to debounce it does not work that way. So, rip. Well, we tried that. Hopefully I can find my way back to the right place. All right, so we actually still have this double select problem. And I'm going to go to bed with double select problem because I deserve a break. We are just going to write that down. D-pad, double select, and we'll take a look at it tomorrow. I think it's time to go to bed for me. Now that we've done $10 and 15 minutes of streaming today in 2 parts of pretty much serious work the whole time. It's been good. We are just about done with this entire thing. Let's find someone to raid to cap it off. So much for having America not suck anymore. Look, I'm doing as much as I can on that issue. So, yes. What programming is happening? Feed raccoons with bits. Doing other stuff for a while. 24-hour game jam. We're already down to single-digit viewers. Tokyo Indie Game Jam 2021. Okay, hopefully this streamer has a microphone. This apparently knows English, yeah. All right, let's do it. have a good time watching the Tokyo Indie Game Jam. See you all later on.